Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we are going to be playing Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, originally for the DS. We are playing the Android remaster. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game. Kuma Gungrave is so ridiculous, but that's what makes it amazing. That's basically the biggest appeal to the game, is how absurd it is. We've played the original Gungrave on here. I never did get around to playing the second one, and I know they came out with a third one eventually, which is really wild. But yeah, I haven't played that one yet. I think there's a VR one as well. I don't know why there's the Gungrave Extended Universe at this point. I will say, though, I've seen the Gungrave anime. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. Kind of undergoes a drastic change halfway through, but still pretty solid. Relentlessly, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. So last time we finished episode 3, and now we are starting episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. And we've been told already that this takes place 7 years in the past. So chronologically, this is going to be the first case out of all of the cases in this game. Because this game has had a fairly confusing chronology so far, so let's jump into it. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Holy shit, the actual courtroom. Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed the guy. Don't say that in court. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to. I asked the defendant, just what exactly you're trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly... Mr. Bell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. Well, that is both very exciting and exactly the bullshit I expect from the Phoenix Wright series. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Gee, I wonder who the new prosecutor could be. September 10th, 3:20 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who's been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Sir? Have you read all of the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. I think this is the same theme they used for him in the previous games, which is interesting. Let me get caught up on chat right here. Ooh, I do know that one relentlessly. I'm really sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can take your mind off it a little bit at least. I love that the fat guy is literally named Bob Poundmax. I could not ever hear that name with a straight face. What an absurd name. Honestly, I liked it when there was no court scenes either. I kind of feel like we're probably not going to spend too much time in the court, but I could be wrong. What is a courtroom but a theater stage? But enough talk, have at thee. Yeah, he's wearing the OG outfit we've seen in the glass case all this time. That's kind of weird. The brain goblins are loud today. Oof, I know those days. I do. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. See, I also, whenever I step into a new scene in which I have not appeared before, I always refer to myself in the third person, just for the benefit of all people who might be watching. I mean, as far as I know, I'm not an adventure game protagonist, but like, you can never be sure about that type of thing. Is that what it said, Emperor? Close enough. Close enough. Oh, this was Francesca's music in the game. Alright. So still kind of Von Karma-y music. Von Karma-esque music. He might be. I mean, he's dressed like a wizard, let's be honest. He's got the wizard vibes about him. You look at that haircut, you immediately think young wizard man. Von Karmic, if you will. I will, I think. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor is watching over and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Alright, go ahead and start a new save here. You think used car salesman? I don't often see used car salesmen that are A, this old, and C, and B, still have all of their hair. That could be me. Take a look around here first. A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. I don't even know where to begin. I'm just gonna let that be. A bulletin board. There are trial schedules posted on it. Trial scheduled for this week. Huh? There's only today's trial listed. Must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system is not working as it should. This is so good! Gulp, gulp. I could drink a whole gallon! Never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? I have had some drinking fountain water that is mysteriously delicious before, I will say that. Relentlessly, it's taking every ounce of my being to not go into a whole rant about Edgeworth being queer-coded every time I think about his relationship to the Von Karma family. Honestly, I say go for it. I would love to hear your thoughts about it, because, like, having not heard your argument, I'm already halfway in agreement. They hooked this fountain up to void juice. Delicious. Delicious. Yeah, I can actually hear that creaking noise you hear in the background is his bladder at capacity. Straining to burst. I'm a simple man relentlessly. I saw your point. I looked at Edgeworth. I'm like, yeah, all right. Excuse me, madam, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. This is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. I love how he's just like, that has blown his mind right there. He could have just said they don't provide hors d'oeuvres at a courthouse. Or that's not what they do here. But instead he's like, they couldn't. That would be insane. They've never served hors d'oeuvres at a courthouse before. How could you do that? Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? Scandalized is the word. Edgeworth is scandalized at the thought of hors d'oeuvres at a courthouse. Are they good hors d'oeuvres? If somebody actually did serve me hors d'oeuvres in a courthouse, I would not trust them. I would assume they would be funfair caliber at most. At most. Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these. Awesome! But didn't you get fired right after you made them? Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. And my boss wasn't very happy with me. Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. Secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as payback for getting fired. Could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Much appreciated, relentlessly. I would love to see them. Somebody was saying on TikTok the other day, and I agree with this very greatly, which is, if you want to hear the most interesting conversation of your entire life, it's just find out what somebody's passionate about and then say, tell me about it. And I love that. I love that. Like, I often hear people talking about things that I could not give a shit about. But just hearing their passion and hearing all these details that I would never know about, I think it's so cool to hear. I love listening to that stuff. Just, if I hear someone speaking with passion, it usually catches my attention immediately. It's a good time. It really is. Oh, fantastic, relentlessly. That makes a lot of sense then. I'm seeing some overlap there. Hors d'oeuvres at a courthouse? No. Funnel cake at a courthouse? Yes. I can get behind that, other Rin. 100%. Now I'm gonna expect funnel cake next time I'm at the courthouse. Doc Belvin, they're laced with justice. Let's see. Rooks, you were once at a baseball game and you ordered sushi to be delivered to your seat as a novelty. It was not good. I wouldn't expect so. Although I do sometimes have grocery store sushi. That's kind of the floor for me, but I will eat grocery store sushi. Not gas station sushi. That's dangerous. Gamagumo, you can see where Edgeworth's heart lies. He hears about a giant robot at the courthouse. He's like, really? Tell me more. He tried to get offended and he's just like, oh no, but that sounds cool. Guess that now you want funnel cake? Why is funnel cake not readily available? Why is there like 1 week out of the year that you can get funnel cake? That's insane. Yeah, same thing, Geek Boy. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Sometimes I'll see people playing games that I would never play myself because I don't care, but they love it and I love watching them love it. Exactly correct. Oh god, Gamagumo. Yeah, gas station sushi. If you know a friend who is eating gas station sushi, they need an intervention. I'm telling you that right now. Oh god, the 7-Eleven I go to for midnight snacks at my job has the hot dog rollers. And every hot dog on there looks like it's been on there longer than I've been alive. Like, you know how when you cook a hot dog a little bit too long, it starts getting all wrinkly and shriveled? These ones look mummified. It's kind of horrifying. Although, having said that, the 7-Eleven now has pizza, and like they have a little pizza warmer oven, and I kind of want to try that. So if one day I just disappear without notification, the pizza was not good, is what I'm saying there. It just means they snap more when you bite into them. That's for Slim Jims, not hot dogs. Oh god. It's so tempting, Nano. I don't know if I can resist. Oh, Kessel, yes. Like, that's one of my favorite things about street fairs. It's just there's some food that you can't get anywhere else, so it's so good. A luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. I must say, every part of this courthouse is meticulously well kept. Although the positioning of this sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Every judge in this courthouse history has had quite the beard, and is gallantly parted with their beloved head of hair, I see. Being a judge must be a very stressful career. Wait, all of the judges have had big beards and bald heads? That's a little weird. Just throwing that out there. Step into a 7-Eleven hot dog! Ooh, yeah! A bookshelf, huh? Compendium of Laws for Beginners. I don't have the time to read this and second-guess myself now. I would be a little worried if I walked into a courthouse and just outside the courtroom they had books that's like law for dummies. I'd be like, who is this for? Who are these books for? Are they for the lawyers, just in case? I'm a little concerned. This should lead to the defendant lobbies. Edgeworth, where is your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom, as you crush him. Indeed, thank you. You are a man of wisdom and experience, sir. What's the door up here? Trial is about to resume. I should stay on the premises. Egad, what a cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there is no option but to win. He's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. He's sleeping while standing up. Well then. The books are for the judge! He's never read them, Emperor, I promise you that. LTG, welcome in. You feel like death? Clearly you've eaten gas station sushi. No. You can feel like death for a lot of reasons, but if you eat the gas station sushi, you're not going to be feeling like much anything for very long. Sleeping upright, attention, eyes wide open. This guy's got skills. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment? Which one is it? Be specific. I like how somehow Edgeworth is even more anal back in this time period. Somehow. Cammy's rubbed off on him? Possibly a relative. Mr. Prosecutor, sir! You've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. It's the ruffles. Prosecutors have the ruffles. The good ones, anyway. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there's a recess. You're only guessing? Let's see. I think I've seen everything in here. We haven't talked to Von Karma yet. Phoenix was a positive influence on him, it would appear so. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? You once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. The prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused, Prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Cadopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. Deed Mann, was a staff member of the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mac Rell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Cadopian embassy as well. At first, Rell claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Deed Man. The name's just Dead Man! I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rell as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rell firing a gun could clearly be seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Byrne Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Cadopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. Second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I've failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? That's the KG-8 incident is that thing that occurred 10 years ago and involved some stolen files in the very first case, so there's definitely a through line going through all the cases in this game. Zigcat, welcome in! How are you doing today, Zig? Hope you were having a spectacular weekend. Is he a dead man walking? No, I think he's a dead man laying underground. I could be wrong, though. Temba, his eyes wide. I mean, he caught a bunch out here. Mr. V. Ictum! That would be the only thing less subtle there, Emperor. Oh my god, sometimes the names are very clever and sometimes they're not remotely. Inanity, buffoonery, shenanigans, and tomfoolery. I can't handle all this. Exactly, 3 years ago from right now, 10 years ago from the present? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Was he just carrying it on him? Did he just happen to have the original KG-8 files in his pocket? You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. wasn't a Cadopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Cadopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who is scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I'd better find out more. Oh, we got some crunch. Thank you for letting me know. Manfred is just that good. I guess it's kind of tangentially relevant to the case. But like you would have thought he would have given it to Edgeworth before if that was what was going on. The exciting sequel to the original incident. Made a friend! Oh god! Let's see, what do we have in our inventory? Alright, so all we've got so far is our badge and that document he just handed us. So nothing big going on there. That's kind of the toughest part for any closed captioning is figuring out proper nouns. Especially for somebody like me that doesn't necessarily enunciate as well as I possibly could. Show Manfred the... Oh god, I probably should show him the badge. Yeah, let's see how impressed he is. See if hopefully the crunch is done. Present badge. It is thanks to you that I have finally become a prosecutor, sir. It is not? Alright, thanks for letting me know. Even worse, oh jeez. I'm definitely going to have to step it up as far as getting a new PC, because I think that's my graphics card slowly going bad. I can't be 100% sure, but I think it is. So either way, I think a new PC is in my future. A defense attorney? Ew! Who does that? It is amusing that you wanted to become a defense attorney, yet became my student. Alright, how about now? I enjoy the channel meme that is crunch. I'm looking forward to it not crunching anymore personally, but it is funny that we've all settled on that word. I do appreciate that. Alright, thank you, Emperor. Much appreciated. Also, that emote is adorable. It is a strange path you have traveled. It's true that I had once wanted to become a defense attorney. Now I am honored and proud to be a prosecutor. I see. Then as a student of mine, I suggest you remember this well. The prosecutor's badge is not to be flaunted. The dignity of a prosecutor lies in the man himself, not in the badge. I understand. I will keep that in mind. Besides, why put holes in your fine garments? It's simply preposterous. Prosecutors must also take pride in their appearance. I will keep this in mind as well. I am constantly having to remind the others at the prosecutor's office of this. It's more fashionable to keep your prosecutor's badge in your pocket. In other words, always treat a prosecutor's badge with care and honor. I understand, sir. When does this take place and why do people dress like that? I I believe this takes place in either the late 90s or the early 80s, I think. I know there is a rough timeline on the Phoenix Wright wiki, but I don't know off the top of my head. But I will say, Zig, I don't think people dress like this. I think these weirdos dress like this. It's kind of like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The protagonists just have weird fashion sense. There's no other explanation for it. Brooks, you wish you had the confidence to dress like that? I don't think I would ever dress like that, but I do want just a crumb of the confidence these people have. It's insane. This would technically be 2012. Thank you, Warden. I appreciate that. So later than I was thinking. You're pretty much just the Von Karmas. Ren, thank you so much for the link. I appreciate that. Gamagumo, that's basically what I'm thinking there. I mean, there is some things. There's definitely some JoJo's protagonists that have some fashion I'd wear. Although I saw somebody on TikTok the other day that was wearing a shirt that had the Golden Wind protagonist standing in front of a like a police lineup, the height thing, and it said below it "Straight Outta Naples," and I'm like, I'd buy that shirt. That's cool as hell. Yeah, Ed, basically. Welcome in, Ed. How are you doing today? Yeah. None of the fashion in JoJo's makes any sense for the era it's in. It's crazy. Or also, you could just canonically say that Joseph's an innovator. I believe that too. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? And that would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. Is the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. Fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you have exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. That child will be here to watch the trial. How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. I am the law! LTG were tempted to buy a JoJo suit, but alright, yeah, that's a little pricey. That's a little pricey. Relentlessly, the way you heard me say it's very erotic instead of ironic. The brain hears what it wants to hear. Although that would be a funnier version of the Alanis Morissette song. I agree with you there, Rin. Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot. Relentlessly, you don't know anything. You just live here. I feel that. Yeah, don't change anything else. Nothing else. God, that's so weird. September 10th, 4 o'clock p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. You had one job, dude. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during recess? I'd have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However, yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Oh, God. Silence! There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law! Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once! Please! Wait! You have to listen to me! There's an emergency! Defendant lobby number 2! Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them! They're both dead, Your Honor! What? What? That's exactly how I pronounce it right there. Canonically, I'm saying it right there. The Gigabeard returns! Apparently the judge, because this is 7 years in the past, so apparently in his youth, the judge did even lift. That's what I'm thinking. And Alchemist Merlin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Cat, that is super friggin' weird. What the hell? Although I saw a TikTok I was laughing about yesterday. It was a very, very, very old man who was saying, my neighbors are always listening to drum and bass super loud. Whether they like it or not. Pressed a button, started blasting drum and bass, started rocking his head. I laughed so hard. I'm definitely stealing that line. Tomorrows are just future yesterdays. That is the wildest thing I've read all week, Nano. I love it. Sometimes if you write something just right in chat, you can hear it. Nano, you have that video. It's so good. I love it. Get off my lawn if you're not here to rock. September 10th, District Court hallway. Run, Edgeworth, run! Stay back. So this guy's the killer, right? We can all agree this guy definitely did whatever crime has been committed. I don't even know what crime has been committed, but like this guy did it. I have played a Phoenix Wright game in my time. He totally did it. Your upstairs neighbor has been assaulting you with his awful taste in music since you moved in. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Are we judging books by their cover? I am today, I guess. Either he can't afford a new coat, or he's trying to flex the fact he's been shot at a lot of times. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney? Hey you! Don't run to the hallway, pal! Who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. I love the way he says that there. Alright, I got control. Take a look around here. What is with that poster? Why does that poster exist? A poster of the judge. There's a slogan of some sort on it. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me, and my hair farther away! Is this a real poster? Can I buy this? This is incredible! Who wrote that slogan? I have so many questions here. You know, Rook's Honor, I give it even odds that exists in this universe. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Excellent question, Edgeworth. Thank you for that. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. It's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. He said, summoning his future into existence. The answer to both those questions is yes. I mean, we were just talking about how 7 years ago Judge looks incredibly jacked. And she set the flags right there. Oh, the irony. Reference to the tutorial of game 2, that's what I was thinking. A drink vending machine. Ah! Now's not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Almost got caught up. I understand that. I've been there. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products in here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection? I suppose? Gotta get that practice in there, I suppose. Oh yeah, there is. I didn't even notice the ants over there. This sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. It looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. Ah, my eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. I won. Edgeworth, you spectacular nerd! Literally tried to have a staring contest with his reflection. They're selling sweet rolls! Yeah, there's something under the bench right there. What are these ants up to? Can I not look at the ants? I don't appear to be able to look at the ants. That's tragic. I have so many questions. But it's time for civil discourse. What's today's flavor? Justice? Unfortunately, I've kind of given up finding a new flavor of Void Juice, so we're just kind of drinking ice water at the moment. It's tragic. I'm still kind of looking, but like, I can't find anything. I can't. The last two flavors I really liked got discontinued. It's tragic. And you are... Oh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently, I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream. It's what I was born to do. With a name like that, yeah, that's literally your career choice. Wait, maybe I I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. We cannot begin to comprehend what's happening under that bench. I know, it's breaking my heart. I found a flavor I really liked, and then they discontinued it. And then I found another one I really liked, they discontinued that. The first one, they didn't even discontinue the flavor. They stopped, this company that made it stopped selling powder altogether. It's kind of crazy. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, ain't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. His name is Detective Bad? So he definitely committed the murder, right? Like, we're sure about this? Rin, I am 100% the consumer harbinger of doom. I was actually mentioning to someone yesterday that when it comes to technology, every time I predict the future of technology, the exact opposite happens. For example, in 2008, a younger Shane was going around telling everyone that the iPod is doomed because Zune is the future. Surely the Microsoft Zune has the power and flexibility that will take down the iPod once and for all. So, I may have been just a tiny bit off the mark there. Shane, stop liking the flavors, I will. I think. Don't like the same flavors as Shane. Chenenin, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing great. And Malkill, I hope you're doing good as well. I was one of those people, LTG. I was sure. I thought it was the next big thing. I took the highway to the danger zone. I mean, they were still a nice device. I think Zunes were cool, but yeah, they definitely didn't take over the world. So, you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2. So you were the guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze. You're a detective, and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to know what it's like to hear one at close range. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Alright. So that's some information there. Some guy in a hat, you thought the Segway was going to be a big thing? I know a lot of people who did. Maddeningly, the Chicago police force is huge into Segways. And if you go to the heart of Chicago downtown, you will probably see a very overweight and very lazy looking cop cruising by in a Segway. It's very ridiculous. Chenenin, you have egg-eat toast and a proper amount of bacon. Delicious. Soon if the enders, goddammit. Also, some guy in a hat, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Is his name Paul Blart? They do have a very strong resemblance to Paul Blart. It's true. Oh yeah, there was a Zune in the second 2 Guardians movies, it's true. Segue to the danger zone. What is happening in chat? We're working our way up to Detective Bad, I think. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know, especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. The Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. You're not taking me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of Von Karma. Oh, I should have known. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Oh, thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Oh, just kidding. Oh, I was just goofing around. Oh, by the way, do you know who I am? My name's Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we're about to go head-to-head in court. Ah, but of course, I've heard much about you, Ms. Yu. Oh, but of course, I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I am overjoyed for somebody finally pointing out Edgeworth's everything. Someone drawing attention to all of that at once and just being like, wow, that's ridiculous. You're a very silly man. Oh god, HD DVD. Luckily I didn't have a horse in that fight. Shane, you read that line perfectly. Thank you, EP. I try. Those earrings are a little bit over the top for a lawyer, I think. I believe so. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have fun with her, I can tell. Finally, someone who treats Miles with the grace and dignity he deserves, 100%. I mean, at least with her, the absurdity is just limited to her earrings. The rest of her outfit, fairly normal. It's Edgeworth, like all of it's silly. Everything about Edgeworth's outfit is very silly. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Oh, what is so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. It's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The anti-Edgeworth, basically, and I love it. I absolutely love it. This is fantastic. I think I'm going to enjoy her character a lot. There is no fashion here, only mistakes. I thought it was... Oh, I thought it was kind of like a trench coat thing, but it definitely isn't like a coat. That's it. Alright, that is a little weird. I don't know, it feels kind of courtroom to me. Like it's sort of in the ballpark of a suit, I think. Kind of. It's true, Alchemist Merlin. We've seen him as a child and he was always that guy. Which is kind of wild. The Gumshoe is the only guy dressed normally, and also that's the only outfit Gumshoe owns, as far as I know. She looks like a lawyer would look in an Oingo Boingo music video. That is a hell of a vibe, Alchemist Merlin, and I love it. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. How did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. When I was talking with him originally, I didn't have nearly enough breath. This guy exhales his entire lungs with every word he speaks. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. Can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mac Rell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went in defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence! This guy is really testing my patience. Like shooting fish in a barrel! I was trying to think, I'm like, why did they name him after a fish? Oh, that's probably why. This man is grayscale! He's physically noir! He is made out of noir at his at a DNA level. Holy shit, follows a 20 bomb in PUBG? Jesus, somebody's having a good day. 2 out of 10, but a mere shadow of what Spider-Man Noir is. He wishes he could be Spider-Man Noir. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain in that, after all, in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Miss Yu, there is someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Cadopian Embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What's going on? Detective Bad Ms. Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Was it Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Ms. Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Getting crowded in here. Bad? Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. Only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? At Faraday. Can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma. I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that around the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Oh no! He's tiny! Teeny tiny! Teeny tiny, itty bitty! Oh my god! I like to imagine that's a Fisher-Price riding crop right there as well. Oh my god! Oh my god! These people must have real blood pressure issues. Everybody in the courts in this series does. Except the judge, he seems surprisingly calm. Baby's first whip, exactly! Life foreign, welcome in, how are you doing? So small. Francesca emote form. That's all I could think, Warden. Like, so small. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francesca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation, what else? Francesca von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar exam, are you? Ha! If you were about to pass, then if you were able to pass, then I'd have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. It's just like Francesca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad? Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of those kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Crime scene is not a place for children messing around. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth! Francesca! I will leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from both of you. Do not disappoint me. Now, Keith. Hold up, Von Karma. I haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Francesca. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. Crying out loud. Been reduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. It's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Yeesh. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Miles Edgeworth. You should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say this one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. Now I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I am going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competition to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids over there. Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're gonna watch over these two. Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Ah! Then you, prosecutor boy! Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy! My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? And that's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Edgeworth speaking my mind there. They did not unfortunately do the anime samurai clash. They should have, though. They should have. How convenient that they both killed each other. Two victims and two perpetrators. Easy enough. Easy enough. Itchy Poo, the prosecutor boy. I love it. That's the start of an emperor. The very start of it, right there. Literally within 5 minutes of meeting Edgeworth. Unfortunately, I don't think that happened as a whole in this universe. Although, you know, Gumshoe appears to be making nickels a day. Yeah, he's mentioned that before, Doc Melvin. He mentioned that he will reward himself with a treat of salt on his ramen. It's horrifying. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? Then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Let's first find conclusive evidence so as to ensure the honor of the Von Karma name. Go ahead and save here. The nose water soup! Oh god, that's the next step. That's the logical next step. Yeah, they just let him carry a loaded gun into the courtroom in a baggie? It's horrible. No, there hasn't been any connection between Faraday's name and the Faraday cage. Like, that's the first thing I think of when I hear Faraday, but it hasn't quite gone there yet. Alright, so let's take a look around the room first. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set, too. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Putting that in logic as well, interesting. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. We'll get to that in a moment. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a... Oh, sorry, that's the same thing we just did. Alright, let's look at the bag then. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. This was Mr. Faraday's bag. Probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? Ah, I better not touch it. Are they prints on it? Just not pay attention to anything you do. Diced bread, fried in oil and boiled in water and flavored with salt. That is the fancy version. Yeah, it's a scene in oh, what is that game called? Robot Alchemic Drive. That was it. I always think of it as RID, but I'm like, what is it saying for? Robot Alchemic Drive for PS2. There's a scene where the main character's best friend is so devastatingly poor, she eats the most depressing soup in the entire world. It's very sad. She's a very sad character. I need to blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright, sorry about that there. And they're free! The best kind of seasoning. Life 4 and I learned when I was sick earlier this year that if you take a potato, wash it, poke it with a fork a few times, microwave it for 5 or 6 minutes. Oh yeah, it's so easy to make a good baked potato. Oh my god. Like, that was like the first thing I learned in my bachelorhood. Is I'm like, oh my god, I could just have baked potatoes all the time if it's that easy. And then I did. You can season it with whatever, a little bit of seasoning, a little bit of butter. Oh, it helped your stomach a lot too. That's awesome. I never even thought about using it for that. I'm going to have to try that next time because potatoes are one of my favorite foods. I will eat basically any type of potato. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge! Ah! And way too noisy! You're the noisy one, Scruffy! Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over. But I didn't touch it! Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. You can't call anybody a rookie, Edgeworth. This is your first case. Oh, Board Jams, that sounds spectacular. And welcome in, Board Jams. How are you doing today? Ooh, nice, Doc Belvin. I usually either just put it in by itself or wrap it in a little bit of tinfoil. The window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ah, flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. I think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change. Well, this is no way somebody escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Alright, not in the microwave, no. Like, if I was doing it in the microwave, I just do it on a plate. If I put it in the oven, I put it in tinfoil. Yeah, don't put metal in the microwave, it's true. Rex says, welcome in, how are you doing? So yeah, no, I've done both. You put the potato by itself in the microwave, tinfoil in the oven. But if you are cooking it in the oven, definitely try with some tinfoil. It's very nice. Oh yeah, guacamole is super simple to make too, which is nice because, you know, if you're having a party, you can just mash together a little bit. It's very nice. All right, what else have we got here? This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Stay on topic. Also, is that a picture of Mark Twain on the wall? That's very strange. Hey, named, welcome in. I am enjoying the case so far. We've got little Babby Edgeworth today. Looks like this sofa is ready to be disposed of. It's so soft! I could sleep on it for all 25 hours of the day on this thing. I don't even know where to start with that. Only I could dispose of him. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? A lot of questions so far. Yeah, he's got hair, so he can't be a judge. Exactly. It's true, Kissa. I always thought cooking was super complicated, but there's a lot of things that are really nice and easy to make. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Board James. That's horrifying. Alright, well, let's check out the body then. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. First glance, it seems like they must have killed each other, however. Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha! What was that outburst for? My detective instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. I suppose we won't know much more I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Alright, let's take a look around and see what we got here. Exactly, it holds in the moisture. You get a nice steaming as well, which is very nice. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Oh, is that the same dialogue there? That's the same dialogue. Alright. Skip through that. Let's check out the gun next. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. We shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun? I guess it does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, how would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science, even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Edgeworth, stop setting flags here! I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal! Gumshoe, I wouldn't have to worry about that too much. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. Appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Yes, please. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Alright. Edgeworth not need to use a gun, not equal true. Now, where is all the blood? That actually is very suspicious. I mean, it's not like they could have been moved here from somewhere else. They were definitely in the room. So yeah, there's some questions here. Looks like Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes about it. Alright. Mr. Faraday. How ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend some time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. And get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Right, I'm on it, pal. After poking, oh yes, a little bit of olive oil and salt and pepper. Olive oil especially just helps make the skin a little bit crispy, which is a little bit of nice texture there, which I appreciate. Alright, let's check out this guy then. First he killed a Cadopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder, too. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deed Man. Hey, good point, pal. I know my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition? Yep, do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all we don't have time for this conversation right now. Return to the investigation. Alright, so let's take a peek at our organizer. So, Gumshoe is on duty, but he heard a gunshot, but no struggle. Let's see. Faraday's evidence for the embassy staff killing case was found in his hand. Alright, so we can't actually examine the weapons yet, so keep that in mind, though. Gumshoe was trying to confide in Edgeworth, and he was not having any of that. Not in the mood. Let's take a look at our logic. So we've got... Alright, I don't think we got anything to logic about yet. Go ahead and back out of there for right now. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. Can I talk to the photography guy back there? I don't think I can. No, I cannot. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rell. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? No, I've been downgraded to just boy? Alright, so we probably still have something to do here. Let's see, is there anything else to look at here? Don't think so. I think we've seen everything here. We can't present anything in this scene either, as far as I can tell. I think we're good here. Can I look at just the bag with blood on it? Is that a thing? No, it's still the same thing we've heard about plastic bags before. 95% of the way to the community goal. We are so close now, folks. We could theoretically hit it today. Alright, Gamagumo, you take care of yourself. We will see you around. Thanks for hanging out with us. Now, let's see. So once again, I don't think we can do anything with logic yet. Although we might be able to combine these two. Yes! There was a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of this bag is related somehow. Ah! Please get that blood away from me, pal! Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guys. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else in or on the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so. I leave it in your hands, pal. Alright. So let's head into the organizer. Alright, so we can take a look at it. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Begs the question, we need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? Edgeworth asking the real questions here. Yeah, I don't trust Mr. Faraday at all. I think he might have been up to something. Alright, nothing else to see there then. He even said it himself. 96%! We're so close! So can we talk to him now? No, he still doesn't have anything to say. What else is there to see in here then? I feel like we've examined everything. We need to talk to her again? No? Try talking to Gumshoe. Yeah, in the Phoenix Wright series, there's like no chain of custody with evidence, and everyone's so careless with it, it's ridiculous. Like, you don't have to enter evidence into the court record until you show it dramatically in the middle of a case, and the defense attorneys can just walk around to the crime scene and pick stuff up and just bring it into court. No gloves, no bags. It's super ridiculous. I'm so excited, pal! This is my first real crime scene! Let's get investigating! Detective Gumshoe. Thought investigations were supposed to be conducted in a calm, collected manner. What do you know about how to run an investigation, little boy prosecutor? I know that at the very least I have a greater grasp of you than you of what happened here. Why, you don't know any more than me, pal! Look, you just stay behind me, boy, and stay out of the way! Ironic coming from the guy that's been a step behind me the entire case. This is my first time setting foot inside the courthouse. Who would have thought it'd be for my first case as a detective? But you know, I get the feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future. More foreshadowing. As a suspect detective? course not, pal! Anyway, this lobby's actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for a defendant's lobby, it's got a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's a tea set on the table over there. Bet you didn't know that I like to drink tea. Wow, this room is really decked out. If it means spending time in here, maybe being a suspect isn't such a bad thing after all. I'm beginning to suspect that leaving the detective in charge of anything might be bad. He is right, this room is rather well furnished. Somewhere in this room, the truth is slumbering. It's time to find it and give it a wake-up call. He's so dramatic. I don't have much to add to it. Plus, you know, I'm supposed to be reading the game, so honestly, Kiss, I think it's awesome that folks are discussing all the, all the stuff. I think it's great. Please continue. I'm reading all of it. I am reading all of it. I think it's really interesting. Life Forward, I remember reading on a forum when the original games came out, the 3-day trial rules. Oh my god. Yeah, the rules of the cases. 3 days? It's so weird. I don't think I've actually had kale chips before, but I'd be willing to try them. Seems like an interesting snack. I've had just regular kale before, definitely. So, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, boy? All the people that call me that, this detective is by far the least qualified. I wanted to ask you about how the investigation is proceeding. See for yourself, Hal? Do I know Great Detective bad or what? Is this man not a professional bone in his body? Very well, I will inspect the victim's bodies myself. Alright, Alright, so I still can't present anything on this scene. Oh, can I look at his hand? His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Alright, I definitely did miss that the first time. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand whenever I use my feather pen. Feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you're just making it up, pal? Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? Can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir! We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. He did forget. Yes, sir! Understood, sir! Alright, time to take another look, and I can already see we've got some interesting things to look at here. Oh, that's it, Life Forward? You just toss some kale stems in the oven for a bit? He's not a flight attendant after all? Professional flight attendant. Of course he uses a feather pen. Every aspect of Edgeworth's life must be the ponziest thing possible. He's just a fancy man. He's just a little fancy man. Bad is an isekai from a universe where detectives actually do your job. We haven't seen a detective in these games that actually seems to want to get a real result here. Avant God! My favorite plane passenger of all time. There's something in his breast pocket. It's fountain pen with an especially nice nib. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby. Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Well, that's weird. You'd think for him to fall like that, they would have had to be at point-blank range. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective had as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go! Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. Yeah, it doesn't seem plausible. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Alright, make another save. Madness games! Oh god! God, relentlessly. I hate it when that happens. You get all ready, you get all dressed, and then you look out the window and you're like, well, I don't want to go anywhere now. Let's take a look at my logic again, because I do think we have something here. So we've got ink stain and fountain pen. We could use those, but before I connect those, let's talk to Francesca. Is she saying anything new? He's not saying anything new. Is Detective Bad saying anything new? No, he is not. Is there anything else I missed at the crime scene here? I don't think there is. Well, looks like everything's solid there. No, we already heard that. Alright, so yeah, I think I saw everything there, so yeah, we'll have to use the logic. I know it doesn't seem like brilliant logic, seems pretty straightforward, but here we are. Also, Kissa, congratulations on a huge all-in. And Warden, congrats on the all-in as well. That splotch in Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Ooh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. It's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. Handedness is often very important in these trials. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows another possibility. No way, pal, really? I suppose I'll just have to show you the conflict in this crime scene. Alright, so now I can deduce. And we connect that to the fountain pen. Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal! That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bags scattered out on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. Let me get caught up on chat here. I've already tried to snap on your left hand. Like 2/3 is good after years. Yeah, it's definitely like, you know, I can do stuff with my left hand, but I'm not nearly as dexterous. It is true. And whenever I'm reaching for something, I tend to go with my right hand first. LTG, when you're growing up, they tried to get you to learn guitar on a left-handed guitar. Didn't work. That is very weird. I don't think I've ever seen a left-handed guitar before. Harder to come by, but yeah. That reminds me of something. I know we've got plenty of retro game fans in here, so this is pretty interesting. Do you know that for accessibility purposes, there was actually a PS1 controller that was made to be used completely one-handed? It's true. You can look it up and find it. I actually had a friend that had one of those because she broke her hand and wasn't able to use her hand for most of a summer. And so she tracked one down so she came playing video games over the summer, which is awesome. Very unusual piece of hardware right there. Also, I'm told very rare. I don't think it's an RPG controller. I think it was made for accessibility, but I'm not 100% sure. September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Wells survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Alright, that's important. Looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course. The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. You really believe that to be the truth? Huh. Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. There's the anime, The anime stare down right there. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. These are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Alright, and we'll go ahead and save her again. Oh, they're all left-handed guitar players. Interesting. So a lot of the big legends out there have been lefties. That's kind of wild, LTG. What a negative Nelly, Edgeworth. He's very competitive. Even though he calls out Francesca for being competitive, he's pretty competitive himself. Right, from this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. Right, Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So, the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. You really say that it's perfect. What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide without going into further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Do I have something I can use to contradict that? Yes, I do. Alright, cool. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would surely have caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How, then, did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. That's in the autopsy report, I think? We have the autopsy report here? Somewhere? Crime scene notes? So Faraday died instantaneously. Alright. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. You got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, and Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then, they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francesca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francesca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. The fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. Contradiction here in the crime scene is this. Let me save first. And then let me take a peek at the organizer real quick. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Be sure to bounce back quickly. Explanation won't be enough this time. I'm going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Going back in! It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. Wow, strong argument there, Francesca. Just know that Francesca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Autopsy report? I'm sure we can trust it. Once it gets to the second or third revision, it's usually pretty accurate. Yeah, the fact the wounds are in the same place is a little strange. I'm not sure it's going to be a thing, though. I appreciate you know, if you need to be thorough to get your thoughts out there, you gotta be. You gotta be. I'll definitely read it after stream relentlessly. Thank you for putting it there. Can we flip the table at her yet? I'm very tempted. LTG. I'm gonna save again here. That stupid updated autopsy report always swooping in to ruin poor Phoenix's day.
Hold it.
About that. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? Too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Ah! Cheska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Oh, I'll hold on to it, all right, as I whip you. Ah! Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue, if you don't mind. Alright, so the two bodies fell into a pile, which indicated that they attacked each other at the same time.
Hold it.
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. I saw the contradiction in there, actually. I see the problem here.
Objection.
So you believe they killed each other at close range. Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Actually, I said 1 or 2 yards before, but sure, let's upgrade it a little bit. We are trying to kick our ass. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? The person that attacked first with murderous intent? That would be... I'm gonna save. I don't remember where Colt 146 is from, but that is amazing. This music is really good. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've just said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. Third person was truly here. That fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. Proof that this has all been a setup, made to look like they killed each other. Present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. Is it? I did it! It was red herring! All along, I knew it right from the beginning. Dual wielding, LTG. Guy's got a very interesting setup there. Your defense attorneys have it so bad. Phoenix is like, maybe there was somebody else there. No, there wasn't. Shut up, Phoenix. What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? Oh god. Alright, let's see what we got here. Anything in here? No, nothing interesting in there. That's a good question. I'm tempted to say the plastic bag. What do you think, chat? I'm curious. This one's a tough one. This one's a tough one, but I really want to say it's the plastic bag. Because like we already established, there wasn't a struggle, so nothing could have got knocked down, especially since the tea set was still fine. So something happened at that table, despite the fact neither of them was near there.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do not see the possibility in this. Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah! Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Hello? What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Ms. Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Is that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now, spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest! I really was there! I was in the hallway the whole time!
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Go ahead and save. Finally, we found the real criminal mastermind, Gumshoe. Yeah, surely nobody could actually be that dumb. It has to be a smokescreen. The judge does look really silly. It's so weird to see him out from behind the podium in the first place. Yeah, is that what she sounds like? That's a really weird choice for voice acting there. But I guess it must be difficult to decide to direct a voice actor when they have to say like one word. And as far as we know, that's literally the only word she speaks. So that's a challenge. That's a challenge. Always convict old bag. If you can convict old bag, convict old bag. In the Ace Attorney criminal justice system, the people are represented by two equally important groups. The prosecutors who investigate crime, and the same prosecutors who prosecute the offenders. These are those guys' stories. Dun dun! Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there's testimony against... Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting your time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Maybe I should ask about something else. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at the time, correct? Huh? Of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal! You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits to this detective? You're a disgrace. Yeah, I should ask about something else. What? Striking out here. Sorry. Evil chicken. I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? Wow, look at that expression. He's pissed. Hey, Saturn, I'm having a good day. Hope you are too. No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact? Seriously, that's the voice they picked her? That's so weird. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know? If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." Brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut? That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I can never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir? There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Ms. Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Geek boy! She does feel very JoJo's. She really does. Alright. So we're going to save here. Yeah, alright. It was about a week ago. They saw the detective get chewed out by Faraday in front of the precinct.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you. Poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective. Alright, he stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a celery cut."
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective get at you earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do! Huh? What do I got stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, and mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Ms. Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? She's having the best time today, holy crap. Yeah, nobody ever mentions the bandage. Why has the bandage been there for 7 years? That's what I want to know. I think we were talking before in one of the other cases and we were saying like he cut himself shaving 7 years ago and then every day he just reopens the cut. So he just needs to keep putting that bandage back on and it's never occurred to him to just cut around it for a couple days. Every single day, Emperor, every single day, apparently.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that earlier too? Suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, old or new, with a snap of his fingers. You think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Alright, I need to blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright, thanks for sticking around, folks. I appreciate that. Let's keep pressing, I suppose.
Hold it.
You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? Motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred, wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? That's impossible. She must know something. Wait! Oh, can you please not glare up at me like that? Oh, it makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up! Wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. This is a blast, holy crap! Emperor, he misheard every day is Shut the Fuck Up Friday as every day is Fuck Up Friday. Oops, and he based his entire personality on it. Somehow. Also, Emperor, congrats on the duel win there. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Bell. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Bell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they'd killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member. And the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? I am going to have to look at the documents here. So let's save here. And take a quick peek. The incident report here. So let's see. Cadopian Embassy staff member Manny Kochin found not guilty. The victim, Miss CCU. Alright. So we know he was prosecuted by that guy. I don't know if he has any relation to the other victim, though. We don't have any other information in there, unfortunately. Yep, interesting last name there, huh? Some guy in a hat. Let's see. I really wish we could read more of this newspaper article, though. Rin needs her pay. It's true. It's true. Like, as far as another victim, that's literally the only thing we have in our inventory that mentions another person. That's gotta be it. I'm gonna try pressing her first, see if we can get anything else out of her.
Hold it.
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here at the courthouse today. Lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men.
Hold it.
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, was a witness before he was killed out of necessity and set up. So,
Objection.
Ms. Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person who fits the bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell. And the man who is the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have had a reason or two. You covered for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You gotta believe me, sir! I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into the room, sir! Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself? It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of a lie to escape their crimes. That detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent. I think he would at the very least offer up, "I spaced out on duty" or the like. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Detective Bad? Miles Edgeworth. I will go ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho! Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Ms. Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? Go ahead and save again. So, what did you want to ask me about? Current case of the murdered Cadopian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you knew much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are both inside and outside the courtroom, baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? Urgh. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. Going to make any headway like this. Just gonna have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Ms. Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Why is this being presented as some big dramatic moment? Was this not obvious to everyone else since day one? What is happening here? Some guy in a hat that is super frustrating. Let's see. Skip the damned welcome in. How are you doing today? Honestly, I feel like I should get a law degree after I finish all the Phoenix Wright games. I've learned so much about a completely nonsensical law system. Yeah, it's the version of Smith in this universe, which is hilarious. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Oh, sorry, but we're not related. What? Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Ms. Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. All right, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. The evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group is one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. Probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer in this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy! Stop it with the scary face already! I'm fine. Really, I gave him a good slap across the face. She talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kinda creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around, people in the gallery claim he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. Sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Oh, look at you with your game face on, ready to go! I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all of the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. Whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. And she just keeps laughing at the strangest things, honestly. It's very weird. We'll go ahead and save. September 10th, 4:45 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Cordovian Embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Looks like you'll have to wait a bit longer for your big debut. Suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cordovian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I'll have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Ouch. Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? You want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue? In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? Would be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francesca, see to it I'm not disturbed save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francesca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. No, I don't have enough information yet. My first order of business will be to question anyone involved in this case. Manfred is definitely the parent of all time. Ball Blair, welcome in. How are you doing today? Manfred, I mean, we know how things go for him a few years from now, and it's not great. It's not great. That was pretty harsh, though. Holy shit. Would a game series about a real estate lawyer be called Place Attorney? I love it. I love it. The F-Zero Race Attorney? I would give any dollar amount to play as Captain Falcon as a defense attorney. That would be amazing. I am doing good, Ball Blair. How about yourself? How's everything going with you? Alright, so what's going on over here first? I can't stop the water, sir! Seems the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretended not to see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. Seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Ooh, Emperor, deep cut there. Rook's perfect emote for the occasion. Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. Not exactly a fan of plastic models per se. Even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how this man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like that young lady over there. It wasn't me, I tell you! I didn't do anything wrong! Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? Doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francesca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? Guess that means that for now you're just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. Why are you whipping me? Anyway, looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. Terribly sorry, but I have to ask you a few more questions. Oh, look at you! Eyebrows scrunched with lines in your forehead. And then to ask of you... What exactly is so funny? Sorry! Just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to treat you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. Whew. I feel much better now. So, what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until you heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Hopefully she'll actually tell me what it is, otherwise we're gonna have to take a drink. So I take it that you and are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. And you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth! I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. How does that case relate to you, Ms. Yu? The victim of that case, Cece Yu, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine. Really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. Practically a given that those two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. Let's see. Did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. We have to ask her a lot of stuff here, holy crap. A lawyer dealing in medieval murders, mace attorney. Lawyer that solves cases on FTL spaceships, hyperspace attorney. ICCCU. Oh god! Terrifying. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody! She's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So, I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. Hey, Grushin, welcome in. How are you doing today? She does have a sick sense of humor, and also seems to find everything ever funny. She's fun, though. She is. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mac Rell. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He just made that up. Made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Cadopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Did you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it! You're serious! Oh, why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still in the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Bell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. Sorry, forgive my rashness. Apparently in the Phoenix Wright universe, the guilty aren't entitled to defense lawyers. It's very strange. Tom, welcome in. How are you doing today, Tom? Hope you're having a great weekend. And Emperor, thank you so much for the gift sub to Retrograde Tom. Gift sub number 1,428 in the channel. Suddenly bribes, I appreciate the heck out of that, Emperor. That's very cool of you. And hey, if anybody in here isn't following Retrograde Tom, get on that right now. One of my favorite streamers on the site, plays a lot of cool retro games, some modern games too, and just in general, it is a wild time to hang out over there. You're gonna love it. You're gonna meet some very cool folks too. So make sure and click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. Get caught up on chat too, see what's going on. Yeah, the sprite work in this game is so good, I love it. Another one of the reasons I wanted to play the Android version, I really wanted to see all the upscaled sprites. They look really good. They do. Ms. Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francesca, be careful about who you whip. Use carefully or we may be sued by— Oh! There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. Oh, that just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I'd never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Ms. Yu is profiting nicely. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Ms. Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. And that's how it began! Oh, Dame Karen, welcome in. How are you doing today, Dame Karen? Hope you were having an excellent weekend. Go ahead and save after all that, too. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Yow! As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let you know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal! But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about, if you really are innocent, that is. That's right! Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? done so even had you not requested me to, Detective. Kitsubi, welcome in. How's everything going with you this weekend? Hope you're doing well. 97% of the way to the community goal. We are so close. 98% now. Holy crap. So, you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that is 100%. So thank you so much for everybody kicking into the community goal there. I appreciate the heck out of that. And also, EP, thank you so much for the gift sub to Kitsubine as well. Gift sub number 23 in the channel. It's really generous of you. I appreciate that. And there we go. We have officially hit 100% of the goal, which means, real quick, I'm going to pop over here and make it official. Give me just a moment so I don't forget to do it later, which I totally will. I'm just going to pop in there and make sure we've got it so it says... There we go. And that is now officially the next game on the schedule. And Call of Cthulhu will be coming after that instead. So thank you for everybody who kicked into that goal. I appreciate the heck out of that. We get another cool game added to the schedule. I love when that happens. Skip the damned, his coat looks so clean for once. I like to believe since this is his first day as a detective, he just bought the coat. But then this is the only coat he's ever owned, so it just gets progressively grungier. Yes, GG, chat. You guys did it. You folks did it, and I appreciate that. So that's why apparently Faraday was mad at Gumshoe, because he was super late on his first day. And that's somebody gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On that first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be compared to mere school children. Definitely, Kissa, definitely. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet, something did happen to him, correct? Looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. It was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait! You can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and my badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah! Hands off, pal! Just show it to us already! Ow! Annual bonus check within. $5 total. Except there is no check inside. You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it, cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. That envelope's really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Kitsubine, that is the CC emote right there. Yeah, $5 for his bonus. Wow. Is Gumshoe gonna have some salt tonight? He might, with that amount of money, might even treat himself to some pepper, too. Get real wild and crazy. I don't know how that's evidence, but alright, we'll take that, too. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. Please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Save again. Gumshoe treating himself to a glass of tap water. A whole glass! Goodness gracious. Damned with faint praise, there you go. I know itty bitty Francesca is the cutest ever. I'm loving that. When he got his bonus, the same employer really hyped it up and talked about how it was life-changing money. And it was like $2 grand. Oh god, yeah, that sounds like most of my employers right there. The one thing I always like to tell is, I think it was 3 years ago, midway through December, everybody in my company got an email from the from corporate saying that we were all going to get $25 bonuses for Christmas. I need to stress here, they said $25 bonuses. 25 bucks, not much. Little more than pocket change at best. But we got an email saying everybody was getting $25 bonuses for Christmas. And then if you clicked the link in the email, it went to a page saying, "Ha, you idiot, this was a phishing email. You fucked up so bad. Now you have to take a class to learn what a phishing email is." So, as you might infer, there was no bonuses. They didn't give out any Christmas bonuses that year. Even $25 was too much for them. So all anybody got was having to retake the course on phishing emails. Yeah, that's some bullshit right there. Holy crap. And, you know, like a week before Christmas too? Not funny. Not funny. I mean, look, I'd take a gift card at least. That's something. Can't exactly complain too much about that. Alright, so I need to present him something, and I assume I'm presenting him his testimony. Yeah, basically some guy in a hat. Whew. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than a gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hole while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what even I can imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Ah! You! No! What just happened? How could you have not noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel, said Edgeworth with his balls somewhere around his throat. And badly bruised, too. Yeah, basically, my whole philosophy. Like, look, I've done work in IT security. I know about phishing links. I've told my bosses at work, if you send me an email with a link in it, I won't click it. Why? Because you idiots send phishing emails once a quarter, and you get in trouble if you click one. So just to be safe, I will never click a link you send me. I've told them that before. They've been like, here, you need to download this file. I'm like, nope. No, I just won't. Figure out another way to do it. Screw you. Oh, God, Kissa, that's so frustrating. God damn it. It looks like she dropped something. Oh, did she lose her sweet roll? She actually lost her sweet roll. Holy shit. Is Edgeworth the descendant of the Skyrim Guard? What is happening here? Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need to ask of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? Suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francesca? Is it morally correct to fish the company back? Yes. Let's see, how many companies get phishing emails from their own accounts? I mean, spoofing happens. It is sometimes very possible to set up the header for an email so that it's very difficult to tell that it's actually not from where it looks it's from. There's lots of wacky tricks you can do for that. It's actually pretty mind-blowing. Now, obviously, there's levels of sophistication to the types of phishing you can get. And like, if you get an email that says, hello, this is from boss, and you check and it's from a Gmail account, alright, yeah, you know that's a phishing email, but I just assume they couldn't be arsed to use an external account. Most of them do tend to do that. Like, most of the actual phishing emails I've seen from actual criminals have been very low sophistication, but in my position, I'm not exactly a high priority target for any phishers, so I usually don't have to worry too much about the real sensitive tech stuff. Emperor, that's insane. I mean, I wouldn't say vast, but I know enough about it, Nano. I actually did my junior thesis in college about different hacking techniques. Or no, it was my junior thesis in high school was about that. My junior thesis in college was about AI. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Shane is Hackerman? Perhaps once. A very long time ago. So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Why does everyone keep using that specific phrase? Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francesca Von Karma. I am set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by... Ah, ow! I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Ms. Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh! Very well then, I shall call you Ms. Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes? What about, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Alright, so we'll investigate the hallway and then we'll question him. You say you didn't do any theses in school? I suppose technically they weren't like formal theses, but they were treated as theses. They were just really big, long, chunky papers. Jeez, Rin. Kissa, you did once play a hacker mud with some friends and you managed to get past 2 more levels than your friends. Oh, that's badass! Brute forcing, extremely valid at hacking. As a matter of fact, one of the more common techniques, I'd say. Let's see, they had a contest to test out scenarios with automated systems. One guy just told the AI to restore his lost credentials and his name is credit card number. Oh god! Russian, that is fucking terrifying. I don't know if you guys have heard about the big hack in Las Vegas this week. But the MGM Grand Hotel got hacked completely, lost control of their entire IT infrastructure. And it hasn't been confirmed, but the story I've been told is that a hacker spoofed the phone number of a legit employee of the company, called the company's help desk, and said, "Oh, hey, I'm locked out of my system. Can you reset me?" And managed to get a legitimate company email that way. That's all they did, supposedly, was just spoof the phone number and then just bluff their way past the IT help desk. So the moral of that story is, pay your help desk well, or reap the rewards for, you know, paying people to just answer the phone and do whatever they're asked. Social engineering is the most effective form of hacking, especially companies that aren't paying nearly as much as they should be. Yeah, most hacking is just social engineering, just getting someone to give you the password. Exactly, Emperor. Exactly. Alright. I still can't get over this poster here. This poster is spectacular. He's making a most ridiculous looking face. It may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to a Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved in this case, sir. I guess we know all of the players in the case then, huh? It would appear that way. I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in the crime scene somewhere. You find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. On just a little bit more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we could deem useful here. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. I just figured out the problem here. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. What? 1/2 pint for $7. What the fuck? Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. For $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful. Period. Wow, all of those are bad. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means till the end of the trial. Suppose that means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one right now. They come in packs of 2, after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. Edgeworth clearly has an agenda, and that agenda is snack time, and I respect that. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Big little sister energy right there. Very big little sister energy. I need to look at this milk again, because what the fuck? Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants. Francesca, we were all thinking it, but you did not need to say it out loud. All of us were wondering about that, but just the fact... Oh, God damn it. I don't even know. I don't even know how to deal with this. Exactly, Emperor. These are very... No, I think it might mean that it was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth! You can't possibly be serious! No, of course not. Dewey, welcome in! How are you doing today? You came at a weird time. Red! I was honestly thinking that. I wish I wasn't. I was honestly thinking that. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? You really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad that I am now utterly famished. I wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. So those are the 3 they mentioned before. Now we have to move on to the ones they didn't mention. Is milking defendants cruel and unusual? I'm gonna say yes unless they wanted it. And if they wanted it, I don't want to think about that possibility. I'm going to wall off that part of my brain and bury that thought deep, deep down in the dark place where thoughts never come back, except in the darkest of times. But that's not now, so we won't worry about that for right now. Orange juice. When it's looking especially bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Hey Bob, welcome in! I could definitely use some snacks right now. Let's check out the ham sandwich. Also, $9 for a glass of orange juice from a vending machine? Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. And finally, the one I'm most concerned about, although clearly the milk was the bad one, the hot dog. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne? What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now if it were up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty, dogs. Oh, overruled! It's not a very good catchphrase. I'm just gonna put that right out there. Yes, V6! Also welcome in V6. Winston Payne is very famously the tutorial prosecutor in the very first case of the first Ace Attorney. So he is the weakest of the weak. And so that's become sort of a running gag throughout the series that he's just the worst. He's just the worst. Shane, how dare you disagree with my future wife? She'd probably overrule me anyway, don't worry about it. Oh, God. Oh, well, I can't present anything here right now. So I think we've probably seen everything there is to see. Let's finish looking around, and then we'll check out the logic page. Oh, now we get to look at the ants. Got a couple things to look at here. Everyone off to the slammer! She would whip the shit out of me, as she whips the shit out of everyone. Yeah, the vending machine worries me. I've seen some vending machines with some tasty stuff in it. I've also seen some ones that frighten me. Make my stomach feel ache just looking at it. Ugh. What's the matter? Pricked myself on one of the cactus needles. I'd think the needle on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. You really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on the windowsill is completely related. Wait, really? Honest? What? Oh? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it's related. I look forward to that as well! What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable. Ah! It's not like I was the one who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Urgh! I can look outside. I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the third floor, after all. Appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Do you not see them from your vantage point? What? Must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. Oh, she's too short! She can't see him because she's too short! Oh, too short to see! Also, I just want to ask, is that a paper towel or is that a hand dryer over there? Does this window look directly into the bathroom? Can you just be waiting for a trial to start, just staring at people peeing? Because that's weird. You want ants? Because that's how you get ants. Yeah, meat in a vending machine, that's worrying. And they had ham sandwiches in there, that's terrifying. There is not one rubbish bin in Germany. She should have said, obviously, the yellow bin or the Marrowwort bin. Oh, alright. Shane, are you mocking shortness? No! No, would I mock shortness? Would I point out that certain people are unbelievably extremely short? Would I invoke Randy Newman in this chat? No, of course not. Never, never, never. Wow! Had the audio skip a little bit there. That was weird. I've got an ocean between me and danger. I'll at least have a delay before consequences. That's adorable, relentlessly. Alright, let's examine the ants. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, better work extra hard, just like these ants. Same goes for you, Francesca. Can we look at the window itself? I don't think so. Skip down here. Oh, there's a couple suspicious things down here. The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame! Calm down, Francesca. Now, take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied the bench. I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Would you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. What the hell, Gumshoe? The Shane seems very confident in his ability to outrun my minions. Or, as an alternative theory, Shane had not considered minions and is now terrified and not eagerly awaiting immediate consequences. Oh, we got some crunch. Thank you for letting me know. Oh God, relentlessly. That's frightening. There should definitely be a controversy about that. I have not considered crunch either. Never even came to my mind. It's literally TikTok content fodder about what trash goes into which bin here. I've actually seen that on English TikTok as well, Kissa. There's a creator that pops up on my page sometimes talking about faux pas in Germany. And that's one of the things he's talked about is that non-Germans always mess up where to put the trash. Matter of fact, I think I may have seen that exact video last week now that I'm thinking about it. That is frightening, relentlessly. Why do people not think about the consequences of windows and bathrooms? I will never understand. It's so strange. Excuse me. It is very weird. Agreed, agreed. All right, how are we sounding now, folks? We all good now? Shall we continue? All right, sounds good. Excellent. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. Since that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, the detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him. I did notice that exact phrasing before. And yet here is a whole hill of them! Ah! What are you hitting me for? Is a replacement for that pathetic detective? Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. No! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Well, he's gonna die. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. Wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought. I'm sorry. Yeah, Francesca's never seen an ant before. Why are those specks of dirt moving? Answer me. Don't forget, in the Phoenix Wright series, she ends up whipping the judge sometimes too, which is horrifying. Alright, so... I mean, we could probably match a vending machine and Swiss roll crumbs. But we'll hold off on that for right now. Go ahead and save for the moment. Everyone just kind of lets it go. Doesn't question any further. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. What is this music? Holy crap. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. Getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So, I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Oh god! Run! Oh god!
Hold it!
Francesca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. Terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Let's continue. I felt death was imminent. Used the phone on the first floor, called the precinct. Told him to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad. Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After it got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and then he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday said not to let anybody interrupt them. But what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of that take place? Let's see. It was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out of this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi, Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key piece of information. So I noticed an interesting note there. So Gumshoe didn't see anybody go into the room, but also it sounds like Gumshoe didn't enter the room at all when he first got there, which means there could have been a third person in the room when Gumshoe already arrived. Something to think about. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in the defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? Grabbed the big lug that was just walking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. Wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare! Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if you can make Francesca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot. Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add. Well, his testimony certainly corroborates what Ms. Yu said. Miles, you already asked him about that, remember? Detective Bad, where were... Nope, we already know that. Oh, we already answered all of these questions. What are we doing here? I guess we could ask him about the... I guess we could ask him the exact time he heard the gunshot? I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. Around the end of the recess, the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Alright, I'll take that. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. The sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. To what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say. The two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Alright, that's probably all we're getting out of him then. And save after that. Alright, so nobody else to talk to. I don't think there's anything else to look at. Time to talk to the judge. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. We actually get to interrogate the judge. He doesn't look like he's going to take it well. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. Getting the sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. I'm so sorry, Edgeworth. Life does not go well for you. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going to the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Oh, apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. Edgeworth, stop setting flags! I'm only used to being chased around for my magnificent physique. Didn't he mention in one of the games that he used to be a ladies' man when he was younger? Is this what we're calling back to? The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from there. You can, I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me the view at once. I suspect that her height is what was limiting her ability to see. It's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Oh, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Not by choice, let me tell you. Gumshoe can't afford these prices. It's true. It's true. Oh no! I think I just figured out something, EP, and I hate that I just figured it out because... Oh, it's so silly. Oh no. We'll come back to that later, though. We'll come back to that later, I suspect. Alright. I can't go back to the previous room. Yeah, seriously, Kissa, like, it is true. In most of the cases we see in Phoenix Wright, the correct guy is put away, but usually after Phoenix Wright has to drag the correct verdict out, kicking and screaming. Oh no, EP, don't worry about it. You weren't intending to. It's just what you said made me realize something, and I'm like, oh my god, it's very silly. I know it wasn't intentional at all. It wasn't a spoiler, don't worry. Alright, so I think we're gonna have to do some logic here because the scene isn't ended yet. So, like I said, I saw one thing immediately, which is we've got the Swiss roll crumbs on the floor and the vending machine. Let's see if we can connect those. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there, where we were looking a minute ago, and both of us commented on it. I don't know how you don't remember that. Vending machine? Ah, I see. Now, a second time. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake, crumbs, and chocolate bit were found in this hallway, it's just that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. Yeah, prosecution gets paid whether the right guy goes to jail or not. And we have seen some awfully scummy prosecutors in these games. Nano, objection sustained. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a sweet roll. and as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Ah! How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip me again! It wasn't me who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. Contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. I need to blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks. Alright, sorry about that, folks. We are back. Ooh, Bob, that sounds really tasty. Alright. So, Edgeworth wants to look at the machine again. And I know exactly what we're looking at here, because the Swiss rolls, this is what I was thinking about when you mentioned EP. The Swiss rolls are $6, right? However, Gumshoe mentioned that he had literally no money when he cashed his bonus, but his bonus was for $5. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. I know you weren't thinking about that specifically. I'm like, oh, you're gonna laugh when you see what I was thinking about there. So yeah, just by coincidence, what you said made me think, wait a second, his bonus. It turns out that Gumshoe being poor is actually extremely relevant to this case. The detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. Question is, how? I'm pretty sure I know how as well. You folks might have guessed too. And I think that also answers the question of why Gumshoe's lying in this case. Alright, so I'm gonna save. Is there anything else I need to logic out at this moment? Check my organizer. Yeah, let's check my logic page. Poor Gumshoe! Let's see. I don't see anything else I can put together with the logic I've got right now. See if there's anything else I can look at in here. I'll look at the drinks machine. Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. Suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Alright, so we need to move somewhere now. Can we actually leave at this point? Oh, can't go over there. Can't go in defendant's lobby number 2. Where are we supposed to go? Can't even inspect the doors there. I'll talk to this guy again. Nope, he doesn't have anything to say. Can we talk to him again? No, he's got nothing new to say. Can't leave yet. Oh, wait. I think that was probably the fire extinguisher. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher is used in the crime. If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? But Jessica, let's try not to rush absolute genius. No, that's weird. Bob, you have thoughts? What are you thinking, Bob? Or is it about this current situation or something else? Because I feel like we're... He was saying straight up that we're supposed to look somewhere else, but what else are we supposed to do here? There must be something else we need to logic together. We got a logic? Alright. So we've got no human can climb through the window. I don't think we need that right now because we're not even in the room. Got the pink piece of trash. Edgeworth said that he saw the pink piece of trash before, right? You know, I just said I think I know where Gumshoe got the missing dollar to buy the Swiss roll. In that case, I think I know what the pink piece of trash is. And why the cactus is actually important. Yeah, it took me a minute too. Before I was like, trash? Why do I need to know about trash? This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. Would have been nice if Edgeworth was a little bit clearer about what the trash was made out of. But he just called it pink trash. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes? Kissa, in the original Japanese, the hand sandwich was a katsu sando, and the Swiss rolls were doriyaki, two thin pancake-like patties made from a castella wrapped around a filling of sweet azuki bean paste. Ooh, I would eat that. Sounds tasty. And that's the last thing we need to do, was establish that that's a piece of a balloon, which I think is going to be really important later. I now believe I have a very firm grasp on what happened here, which I said 5 minutes ago, but I'm going to say it again now and mean it more. What will I do too? Alright, Francesca, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know? We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. Almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Very big younger sibling energy. Do you suspect me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I said! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma and Ms. Genius Prosecutor Successor Manfred Von Karma. Bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. During the recess, I went to the restroom. That is a miserable place for a restroom, holy shit. Like, basically anywhere in the courtroom, you have to go all the way around that courtyard just to get to it. Because this is on the third floor, don't forget. Can't exactly cut across. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me! Horrible floor plan! Where's the architect? I need to have words with them. During recess, I was on the slides, and then I spent a few minutes at the jungle gym. I remember it well. We're inside the courtroom, like a real lawyer. It's only a pretend trial, though. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh! So used to simply listening to testimonies that I get caught up in the excitement. Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. So yeah, this is another famous Ace Attorney case of, I know exactly what's wrong, I just need to figure out how to prove it. Let me take a moment to save that. So we're going to press on some things, see if we can get some new information.
Hold it.
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement? I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one in the courtroom. Suppose that's only natural given his circumstances. I ran from the courtroom, through this floor's main lobby, and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly! Your Honor, there is no need to yell, I can hear you just fine. There was almost a disaster. Oh, I guess I put too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. Alright, he saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. When he was about to exit the restroom, he completely disappeared.
Hold
it! He disappeared? But Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines? Oh yes! Yes, I did! The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But, just as I was about to exit, I took another look, and there was no one in sight. That led me to only one solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby number 2, at that point! He looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Alright, so... let me see if I've got something I can present to show what I'm thinking of here. I think the best we can do is this. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Ah. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I myself never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Big mood. Miles Edgeworth, one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. You must know the uncouth bench cellier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh? Well, that's good. Who was it? We were about to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder? He had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this act is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusion to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as he was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francesca herself was unable to see out that window. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then... It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit upon the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? The captions took a bench sullier as bitch sullier. That's ridiculous. Alright, let's hear this again. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. What was that? Is that the testimony? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, and by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I swore that I heard a popper going off. I knew that was going to be a gunshot. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Alright, Possibly you can't see a seated person. Sure. However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when you looked. Sure. Testify early about probably the most important detail. As he was leaving, you heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it.
Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang with the gunshot. I heard it loud and clear. Then I had a knee-jerk reaction. Ah, like this. Yes, just like this, with a quick ah. Your Honor, just remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one in there. Judge's emotion circuits seem to be stuck on overreact. Chat! I don't know what's going on, but I dig it. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Francesca, I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that, and that's why I said at this point. My first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. Alright, so I gotta press on everything, it sounds like. Wait, that's a global? I didn't know we had a global pop emote. That's amazing. I'm going to use that all the time now.
Hold it.
Push the judge. Push him. In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony? Now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. Do you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you? Well, you have proven that it's possible that the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with when those fingerprints were left. Right, I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. Yeah, they just started adding animated global emotes a few weeks ago. I don't remember what the first one was, but I remember I saw people using it a lot. Oh yeah, the dinosaur, the dancing dinosaur, I believe was the first one. Which is absolutely adorable.
Hold it.
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. All right, if you insist. Well, let's see, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were about to reconvene. Alright, so I'm going to save here. There we go. And then I got evidence to present.
Objection.
You're on. I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads! I've been overruled! Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Oh. Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite on this whip? Ah! I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francesca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you'd need a stepladder or four to accomplish that. Stepladder reference? Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Ah, Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of the gunshot. Keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. Oh! I just figured it out. I don't know if anybody else did, but I just put that together. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot that you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there's no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? It was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it were me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? It's true, one doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with the courthouse. Hey, Claire! Welcome in! How are you doing today, Claire? Hope you're doing well. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for sure, for now, is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find a perfect explanation of this case. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm Right, I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you're on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... No! My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I gotcha, pal. Looking back on the state of the crime scene in the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Claire, that actually sounds like something Francesca would say, with how often she repeats, foolish. Shouldn't Alex's playing be here for this? He is always judging me, it's true. But I've never seen him judging Gumshoe before. That would be a whole new world for him there. He'd probably enjoy it, though. I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. Still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. No, he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. All right. Let's save again, but we're making excellent progress here. Let's see, everything's fine there, everything's fine here. This is the one we need to press on.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal! I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everybody so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. No! But I'm not lying. Hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Let's see, until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door. Alright, let's present some, evidence to the contrary, shall we?
Objection!
Gumshoe! I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere? Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench? Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig! Ah! I promise to clean it up later, I swear! Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that were really the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Ah! Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? No! It appears that Francesca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anybody found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. He's lying and we know it! Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Huh? Of course not! I had nothing else to hide, pal! Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. It is true, pal! I swear there's nothing else! Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure that you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Remind me again, pal? That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask you then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Like a big boy. Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you! I bought it by myself, pal! There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me. So there's no one else who could help me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there's someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway? That is another easy one here.
Take that!
The heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. Prosecutors are always the same, always lying to people. You should stop me now. Oh, damn it, that wasn't actually it. I thought that was an easy one. My bad. Of course, as soon as I say it's an easy one. What proof does he have that there was someone else in the hallway? Oh, is it just this one?
Take that!
There we go. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal! I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief! I would never do such a thing. Oh, you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal! I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh! There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But then you gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal! You got it wrong. I ate both of them. Why does she keep going straight for the balls? What is happening? It would appear that we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. She's street trained. She's a murderer. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's Kay. Kay what? Kay Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm Kay. Kay. You know, Good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises the way you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Eh? It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr! Oh god. Save first. Round 1. Fight! She only steals justice! Now then, Kay. Psst. She's like a stray cat. Wonder if I should feed her something.
Take that!
Kay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll! It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh my! Your father. He's... Ah! Don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know yet! Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy's is not here anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect him. Kay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... Oh? Poor Kay. It's alright. Let it all out. Father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who is a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a certain common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Hey, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Well, you know, Edgeworth never actually mentioned why he stopped wearing the outfit he wore during his first case. I submit for the court that I have a theory why it's been behind glass where no one can touch it. No! My cravat! Don't you blow your nose on that! I feel better now, thanks. No! Yeah, this is 7 years ago, so this is Edgeworth's very first trial. And this is his first outfit, which is somehow even more bombastic than the one we know him in. Also, 4M, welcome in. How are you doing today? More like Exhibit Snot. That was snot cool of her to do. Okay, are you going to be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow I highly doubt that, but we're not going to push it. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm going to keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Ah, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It appears that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francesca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Oh yeah, usually they do. I think actually one of the reasons that they don't change costumes much in Phoenix Wright is I believe they actually reused some sprites between games. Because while we in America and Europe know Phoenix Wright as a DS game, in Japan it was originally released as a Game Boy Advance game. And one of the reasons for a lot of the things that happened during the development of the games was they kept running out of space on the Game Boy Advance cartridges, which I find very interesting. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. Promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. Appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Well, that's interesting. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too. Yeah, you're really cool, too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy's not a bad man, okay? Poor Judge, being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little bit more about him? I want to check out that book in the organizer. Can we actually inspect it? We can. Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise number 1, never take things from a stranger. Number 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Number 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Number 4, never cry in front of strangers. Number 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love your daddy. Oh, that's cute. That is cute. Save here, too. Thank you for sharing that background information. Super interesting. Yeah, it's a weird path that we got to getting these games. It really is. Gumshoe used to be so full of life before he started losing his entire salary. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? So, I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? Ah, you got me! I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come up and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why. Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal! Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? No! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. God, he looks freakish without that on. Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and give it back to me next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. That's worse! Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Ow. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. Oh. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy! Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's... well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why. So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? Can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying for the young girl's sake. And a piece of evidence will show you exactly why.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain anything? This is pretty wild and convoluted, but I think I get what's going on here. If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Ow! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay! That's why! Gummy. I just want to point out here, because I think we need context here, chat. We need a lot of context. Detective Gumshoe, a police detective, just spent the better part of an afternoon impeding a murder investigation in a way that made him the central suspect of a double murder. All because he was worried a little girl would feel bad. Now, some of you might be thinking, what a good heart Gumshoe has. I would like to submit for your consideration that actually, he's so stupid. This man's so stupid. Also, if you played the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, you know this isn't the only time he's lied because he was worried that someone might get in trouble or feel bad, so... God, he's so bad at his job! It is so Gumshoe. One way or another, you gotta admit that is Gumshoe to a T. Classic Gumshoe. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Not one himbo brain cell had a focus. Flare Cat, welcome in. Oh, we're doing good. I guess there's no point in beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, was it? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday is one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. Sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage laying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sticking high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. Just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. What about the Swiss roll? Would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? Quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in. Oh, Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Faraday's. I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter? She gets to run wild all around the crime scene. I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ugh. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Ha! Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. Where Detective Bad and Ms. Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. To be continued. Alright, so we get to put in a save right there. Let me catch up on chat as well. The One Piece is real? Unwarranted assault, Rin. Oh my god. You can't bite people anymore either. It's tragic. Relentlessly, oh my god. Alright, so... We thought we made progress. We did make progress. I've got some theories about the case now. It wasn't Gumshoe. But for as much progress as we made, we've still got a good chunk of the way to go on this case. So I think this is going to be where we end for the day. That's strike of your gavel again. It is, John. It is. We'll be picking this up next week, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, we are going to be playing this game all 3 days. We will definitely be finishing Case 4 next week, and we'll be, at the very minimum, getting a good start on Case 5. The last case in these games can sometimes be a beast, so I can't guarantee we'll finish it, but we'll be starting on it. That Swiss roll again, that justice roll shared again. It would appear to be. So as usual, thank you all for being here. This was a ton of fun today. I enjoyed it. Chatting with all of you. That Eureka again, most definitely. I hope you guys are still having fun with the case. It's wild stuff. Good puzzles, too. I'm actually enjoying the puzzles in this game. So I hope you will come back next week for more. I would really enjoy that. Those stupid lies again. Bizarrely, yes, still happening. So we have one last thing to do before we wrap it up for the night. So if you got a minute to spare, I would really appreciate it, because we've still got to see who all is online, so if you're not done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. So if you haven't already hit follow, make sure to do that right now. That'll be the easiest way to find me next week, or anytime if you'd like to come back. We'd love to have you whenever. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there are some links in chat that you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already, including a link to my YouTube if you want to check out any of the games I've played in the past. Or if you want to get caught up on the current game. Sorry, I got distracted by something. I'll tell you why in a second. But yeah, check out my YouTube if you want to see any of the stuff I've done before. All the VODs go up there. And we've got a link to my Discord if you would like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Feel free to join us there. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would really love it if you would join me on a raid of one of my favorite streamers who popped in earlier. None other than Mr. Retrograde Tom. I know we just raided him yesterday, but I've got a very good reason for raiding him today. He is actually playing a game that I have been looking into trying to find a way to play. Although it says he's playing the Sega Saturn version, which I did not know existed. So this is incredibly fascinating, and I need to see this immediately. And yes, he's playing an FMV game, which of course was why I was looking into it. Of course. Also, it takes place in Chicago, so you know, like it seems like it was tailor-made for me. So I need to see this. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Tom, hang out for a bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I will see you folks next week for more Ace Attorney investigations. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.